Okay. I am super excited. Pioneer Masters Early Access. And we get to play Lotus Field. Finally, the cards for Lotus Field are here. Pull this up while I get the rest of the stream going. Yeah, it looks like the YouTube is live as well. Cool. Got the chats pulled up. Kind of. OBS never likes working with my chat. Cool, that ought to work. All right, can't wait. So we have 3 different blends of Lotus loaded up on this stock account. We only get to play best of 1 today, so that might go well, it might not. But we have basically the 3 main ways to play Lotus Field and Pioneer right now. We have the version with Strict Proctor, the banned version. We have the Simic version that uses Arboreal Grazer, and then we have the Izzet version that Ginkgo has been having a lot of success with on Magic Online, which is basically if you took Twiddlestorm and brought it to Pioneer. And that one looks really cool. So, I don't know what the meta is like out there. It is best of 1. I don't know what people are playing.
We'll show up here.
Oh no.
You can practice with me to start. Use the Find
Shut
Match
up,
tab
Sparky.
to try out a new format, or the Events tab to see both limited and constructed events. You'll find the color challenges under the Events tab.
Thanks, Sparky. Okay. Let's hop into the queue with Strict Proctor. And I have to remember to turn off the auto tapper because I am sure that will screw us real hard if we don't. I am super excited to be able to play this on my phone. Like, there are a lot of times where I'm just out and need to kill some time and I want to play, Lotus for half an hour. And the only way to do that is on Magic Online, and that does not lend itself super well to a phone experience. My worry is that this early access event won't be as popular as other ones will, or as other ones have been, because it's not a premier set. People aren't, Standard is a lot more accessible for people who don't play constructed formats all that often. Pioneer much less so. So it might take a while to get pairings. MTG Hillbilly. MTG. Okay, so this hand is fine. We're on the draw. Opponent does not show a companion. We can fetch Lotus. We don't have white for Proctor yet, but we have a few draw steps to find that. Otherwise, the hand's kind of unexciting, but it does do the thing. I have faith that we can figure it out from here. So let's turn off the auto tapper. I'm going to play Swamp, no Thoughtseize. I think I'll take this opportunity to play this before it does get Thoughtseized. Maybe I was supposed to hold that, because if they do Thoughtseize me, they're going to take Sylvan Scrying, right? I'd like to be able to rebuy it. What the hell is this? I forgot that scream. Timurit. Black Devotion. Are we getting garried? Poseidon does kill that. So we would love to draw a white source. I mean, this should be very easy for us, I would think. Yeah, Phyrexian Arena. Like, this is going to be like a pretty slow black deck. I think I'm going to be a little greedy. I'm going to Scrying here, and I could fetch another Lotus Field. I think it's pretty unlikely that the Proctor's going to live, though. Could fetch a Thespian Stage, or I could fetch another Beseiju to deal with these enchantments. Let's grab a Stage. Play the Headquarters tapped, and then in the worst case, right, like even if they do Thoughtseize away the Proctor here, we at least have our mana set up. They don't have a fast clock. I'm going to try to play faster than I usually do. Normally on Magic Online, I have like the 30-minute chess clock, and I don't mind. I don't mind taking my time there to find the right play, but here, you know, it's an early access event for fun. Everyone else has their own content that they need to get done. I wonder if I need to hold full control for that or not. Like if I didn't have the Proctor in play, but I wanted to counter the trigger by some other means. Okay. Shieldred's a thing. What do we have in our sideboard to deal with that? Oh, right. This is best of one. We don't have access to the full sideboard. Yeah, given Shieldred, maybe I was supposed to find Otawara. We do just have the ability to wish for Day of Judgment, though. That seems correct. Actually, we have a boatload of mana here, right? Cipher this onto Proctor, and granted for ultimatum. Shit. I turned off the auto tapper for exactly that reason. Either way, it's fine. We can get Omni, Pour, and Petition. Give us Pour and Petition. That's fine. We'll Petition last, so we know what we hit off for. This is going to auto-resolve, isn't it? So I'm not going to get the chance to float this. In Magic Online, you get priority after that. Okay, so we have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. We do at some point need to deal with the Shieldred. Let's take off. Oh no, I tapped wrong. Because I needed the triple green. Oh, I guess I didn't. Yeah, now we get Leer, which we can cast for free. Yep. Strings it up. Put that onto Lotus Field. Tap for blue. Play Fae. Yeah, this is in the Adventure Zone, not the Graveyard, sure. Which alternate cost? Oh, granted. Okay, cool. I can fetch Approach, but then we're sort of screwed. Alright, well, bunted that away somehow, I'm sure. Luckily, I don't think we're in any significant trouble unless they can deal with the rest of my graveyard. I'm gonna have to edit the sideboard here so that there's no reason to have Dramoka. We can't wish for Dramoka in this deck. What did they exile? Poor and Proctor. Okay, yeah, I kind of forgot that had Graveyard 8 stapled on it. Don't see that card I don't see that card so often. Obviously no blocks. Seiju less than ideal. Yeah, we just don't have enough. We don't have anything to wish for. Like, I can wish for Approach. And honestly, that's probably good enough. Yanks, thanks for the sub. I guess if I'm going to do this, I should do it first. Been a sketchy game, but I don't think we can be killed here. Even Invoke Despair, we have an enchantment to sacrifice. Hello, Nerd Girl. How's it going? I am trying to not let Magic Online screw me. Old habits die hard. I keep... Ooh. Does this deal damage? No, it's lose life. Shit. Does that kill me? Oh my god, it does. Alright, well, that's what I get. It's a warm-up game. It's a warm-up game. If you hang out here, can you not stream? Yeah, you can hang out here all day. Oh, no, no, no. I gotta change the sideboard. I think it's just the top 7 cards that that are accessible. So let's cut Dramoka. What could I want to wish for, really? We have a Silence. We have a 9 lives. We have a Dispute. I think I'd rather be able to wish for Path of Peril than Glistening Deluge. Just cannot move this up. Oh, I have to come here. All right. And I think I'd rather be able to wish for Temp Lockdown than Dispute. That seems better. Sure. All right, let's try this again. Okay, on the draw against Bina94. Throw that one back. This one's keepable. No companion from the opponent. We have Proctor on 2, or Proctor on 3, really, into an immediate Lotus field, so that's nice. Once we have the 2 Lotuses, Vizier into Ultimatum is nice. I think that makes Archdruid's Charm the odd man out. Dark Slick Shores. The hell is that? It's like that Soul Player deck? Yeah, definitely. Wow, and what hits too. Just Zatalpa and Sire. Alrighty then. So Proctor's as good as dead if I play him. And I want this field to come in, so... Alright, well, Proctor would have been nice to have there, but still. Do we have enough mana? We have 5... 9... Oh yeah, we have way more than enough mana. Okay. No Cypher. Yeah, got him. Cool. I think the general rule in these early access events is that you're kind of supposed to let your opponent go off, but... But who knows? I don't blame them. They were dead. Harley Randy, welcome to the chat. Good to see you here. By the way, those of you watching on Twitch, you could head on over to YouTube as well, streaming there in 4K 60 FPS. All right, so we're up against Kuro. This hand doesn't work. And also doesn't work, but it's closer. This one is fine. We need these 2 lands. We need Lotus Field. Scrying is nice. Partition is nice. Vizier is nice. Actually, they're all nice. Vizier is kind of just a mystery box card. We're on the play. Soul Partition is maybe not as important. We're going to need Pour to make up the card disadvantage. I'm not sure this is right, but I'm going to try it. Probably the best draw is like a Strict Proctor here. That's infuriating. Thank you for the follow, E Nero FV. Welcome. Can we... It's tough to play around this. Let's see if he counters it. Sure. Given that we have the Lotus Field already, that's not so bad. And without the guarantee of an untapped land. Sure. Am I into cycling the Vizier immediately? I don't think so. Hey, Saretha. Oh, welcome, everyone. So, Mutavault, Judge's Familiar, it's just birds. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. Yeah, so good to see you all. We're here for a good chunk of the day just playing all the variations of Lotus Field that are now legal on Arena, or at least they will be when Pioneer Masters comes out. I mean, that's an absolutely sick draw. We could try to go off now if we wanted to. And why not? Oh, okay, good. It tapped for blue anyway. That's nice. Do we have... can I not see my graveyard? We do have Spell Mastery turned on. So we have 7, down to 2, up to 5 mana. So I can petition for strings and then petition for Leer and then try to go off from there. That's not what I meant to do. Kuro's being a good sport letting me play this out. I'm trying to play quickly for him. Cool. Haven't you seen me play this on Magic Online? Yes, you have. Because this was like the only place to see me play it. Or Magic Online was the only place to see me play it. But today is the early access event for Pioneer Masters. And Pioneer Masters brought over a lot of cards, actually. Cards that weren't available before to us. Like Dark Petition is a new Pioneer Masters card. We didn't have Hidden Strings before, which is obviously the core card in the deck. What else? I feel like there's more that we were missing. Oh, it's not in the sideboard anymore, but I had to take it out for Best of One. But Dramoka is also in the Pioneer Masters, and that's an important piece. Sphinx of the Final Word, another good sideboard card. Oh, Silence as well. Wasn't on until now. All of these cards, I think, are really important to the deck. And now they're finally all here. I've been looking forward to this for a while. I didn't know whether I'd have the early access account until yesterday, and as soon as I got it, I was like, okay, we are going to have a nice long day of just piloting Lotus Field on Arena with a nice UI, something that's, pleasing for people to watch. To the extent that watching me play Solitaire with tapped out opponents is pleasing to watch. Queue times are a little long. And I think that not a lot of people are playing Constructed. You do remember some things, no idea how to play them, though. This is probably one of the higher learning curve decks in the format, for sure. But once you get the hang of it, it's not that bad. Like, once you understand what the deck is trying to do and how it wins. Oh, it's Kuro again. I'm sorry, Kuro. Yeah, sure. I feel bad. Are we getting spell pierced? Sure. That's why we kept two. He didn't have a whole lot of flash threats the last time. Thank you for the gifted sub, Harley Randy. Next turn, if I'm willing to pay off, like to use the hidden strings, I can tap down his island. I can also just play the Vizier here, but I think I need the cards. Just say go. We also have this 2/2 beater. Like, he has to respect that eventually. Oh, it's Devotion. Interesting. Sure. Oh, that's very good for us. Could use Beseiju to kill Nixos, but I kind of want to encourage him to commit stuff to the board and tap out. So on end step, we'll try to Archdruid's Charm. And it'll get countered. And then we'll Sylvan Scrying. Yep. But now this doesn't tap for blue, so all systems are go. I guess we'll attack first. Okay, it did give me priority in response to my Lotus Field trigger, so that's nice. Didn't realize Swan Song was a Pioneer Legal Magic card. Sure. Okay. If they double block, I get to kill the familiar, and that makes my life easier. I can also just chill. I can Bala get back Archdruid's Charm. It's not the worst. I feel no need to act. I suppose I can Hidden Strings down both islands, but I don't feel the need to. I think the plan is just... I mean, we have lethal on board, which is not something I expected to say today. During Curiosity. Yeah, I realized I just stopped talking there. While he was tapped out, I wanted to get the Archdruid's Charm in. This is fine. He can draw cards. We have 7, 11, 12, 13 mana. We do have Spell Mastery for Dark Petition. The only question is, like, how do we get our stuff to resolve? Let's start with a cycle. is going on here? Sure. What are you countering? The untap or the draw? The untap. Okay. That's pretty good. Hidden strings down both islands. I have 3 mana left over, 4, and that's not enough. 3, 4, 5. I need to use the hidden strings on at least 1. Oh, And I guess we stay home. And we can attempt to resolve hidden strings. So we have 3, 6, 10 mana, which is enough to petition and pour. Petition, if he has a counter, basically forces it out of him right now. Oh no, because he has the Judge's Familiar. Yeah, I don't have quite enough mana to do both of these through the Judge's Familiar. So I guess I want to do the pour over the pages first. Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm not going to jam this into that, so. Disdainful Stroke main deck. I think I'm down to just deny the card draw. Confluence. All right. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's a lot of interaction. He's gonna draw 3. We can cast Ultimatum if we draw it. We need to find, like, Vizier into 4, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that feels intuitively like a pretty good matchup for us, but then when you have Tidebinder, stroke, 1 mana counterspell, 1 mana counterspell, that gets tougher. Oh, and also 4 spikes on a stick, stopping us from doing the double spell turn. Yikes. All right, let's
This
try.
is Explorer.
Yeah.
Explorer is a
Let's try the Grazer version. All right, Zontic. This is the nice thing about this version is that you have access to the impulses. It makes it a lot less likely to brick out. You can keep this. Overgrown Tomb. Sure. Jund stuff. Alright. That can't hit Lotus Field, so probably have to just take Petition. Ultimatum is not a bad draw. Let's play Sanctum and hold up Impulse. I don't know what we're up against. Could just be Rakdos good stuff. Chandra, Vizier, Beseju. We have Ultimatum as like a top end. I don't think we need Chandra yet. Yeah, I think more mana is nice. Let's just hard cast the Impulse, see if we can find a Thespian stage or something. Grazer. We don't have untapped green to cast that Grazer, unfortunately. Otherwise, it'd be pretty good. Yeah, I'll take 4. Sure. That's a weird one. I guess this is like a Xenagos. It can't be a. It can't be a creativity pile because of that. It would have to be like Transmogrify. Sting Beast. Yeah, it can't be Transmogrify either. You'd hit all these things. It's a Reanimator deck, I guess, with Grizzly Salvage. Also, we are casually just taking 5, 7, 8 next turn. If we don't find something. Let's start by cycling. Lair. I think we impulse now, because if we find Thespian stage, then things look good. Should have made this green. I don't like our chances of surviving here. If he has a way to give this haste, and we did see that Samet, then are we dead? It'd be 5, 10, 13. Pretty close. Does this kill us? Oh, double strike, yeah. Okay. Well, that was uninspiring. Probably my mistake not tapping this for green to get to be able to play a grazer. Alright. Joshua Moore. We have Grazer. We do not have Lotus. We're on the draw. This is pretty bad. So it's going to 5. If we draw any land, this hand's good. We have 2 draw steps to find it. Sure. Great. Botanical Brawler. Okay, so this is Hardened Scales stuff. Not literally Hardened Scales, of course, but like counter bullshit. Card's very good. When this was spoiled in Ixalan, I was pretty excited about it. Hello. So we can Lotus Field, untap it. Is there a way to get 2 Lotus Fields into play this turn, like with the Thespian Stage? I don't think so, because the Thespian Stage is gonna play Thespian Stage, play Grazer, Lotus Field comes in tapped. We'd have to tap the Thespian Stage to untap the Lotus Field, so this doesn't work. So instead, I guess we just do this and chill. Oh, these are big. They trample. Need to find something here. Poor is net negative mana, but we don't really have a choice. We're just super dead. Is there a way we can live through this turn? If we scrying, we have 3 mana left, 2 colorless and a green, or 2 green and a colorless. I think we have to pour. Any of you things that Beseiju kills? No? Yeah, alright, you got it, I guess. That's pretty... Those were not great draws. I think I'm off the Crazy Lotus. There's a reason it's not really being played. I do want to try this out. This is a deck that I'm not an expert in by any means, but it does look cool. This looks a lot like Twiddlestorm does in Modern, and it wins with basically decking yourself and wishing for Thassa's Oracle. Oh, shit. That's important. I gotta be able to wish for Thassa's Oracle. And in best of one, I don't know if that'll be in the right place in my sideboard. Yeah, it's not. Okay, so what things might we want to wish for, I guess? Filter out is important. Don't think I want Leyline. Niv is possible. Leer is possible. Anger. I think these are the 7 I'm most likely to want. Yeah, that would have sucked if I had gotten to the point where I finally comboed off and there was just no way to get at the thing in my sideboard. Gotta say, the Arena's obviously like a nicer, more polished interface. Manually tapping lands and paying mana for some reason feels a lot worse here than it does in Magic Online. And I don't know if that's just because I'm used to Magic Online now, or I don't know, it feels a lot more finicky. Like there's more latency between me clicking something and the animation happening and then the payment happening than in Magic Online, where you just like you click the mana and it's paid. But I don't know if that's like a psychological thing and it just feels longer because of the animations or what. Yeah, it's 3 p.m. here on the West Coast, and that means we're getting into, obviously, prime time on the East Coast. People probably starting to wind down their day. It's been, what, 5 hours since the early access event opened, so some people have been going for quite a while. It's taking a while to get a pairing, though. I never know if it's, like, taking forever because I've, like, disconnected somehow or because there's nothing. Because there's no one in the queue. TG Hillbilly, I think we played once already, but we were on something different. This hand looks great. We were on the draw again, which, you know, I'm kind of getting tired of. I don't remember what our opponent was on. It could have been the Mono Black Devotion deck. Cool. Well, if that's what they were on, they're not on it anymore. Search for a basic. Okay. I think I want to play Talent on 2, so I am going to shock this in and play Sleight of Hand on 1. Sure. Yeah, just get this down before they untap with Counter Magic. They could have like a Viseju or something for Talent, like... You know, green has answers to this, of course, but if they don't answer it, then we're off to the races. Main phase growth spiral, huh? Ah, it's an analyst deck. This might have been what Ollie was playing earlier. No, Ollie was playing with a Yorian companion. I don't want to give up the Thespian stage by playing Lotus Field here. I don't feel like I'm under a ton of pressure either. I think I just level up. They would have answered it last turn if they could. I mean, I guess they did find Besage. Yeah, I missed that detail. So Beseju going after Thespian stage would actually be kind of nice for us. Sure. Do I want Steam Vents or do I want an island? I think I want an island. There's a world where I cast Consider here to motor my way towards Dig Through Time. How do I feel about Spirebluff Canal? Don't feel like a huge fan. So Artist Talent plus Hidden Strings is basically Twiddle on steroids. Okay. Let's start by cycling. Make the Dig Through Time as cheap as we can. This is mana neutral. Gotta pay through for this somehow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. Sure. Lear and another talent seem pretty good. We're getting there. We're getting there. There's Wish. $17 cards. $12 cards. Play a land, I guess. Oh no. Sure. Down to 7. Discard Steam Vents, sure. Oh, I'll take the turn. I wanted sleight of hand. That's 4. My devotion is 2. So now I can wish. Sure. Sure. Wait, what? How do I play the card from my sideboard? Oh, okay. That was weird. I cast it from my hands and like nothing happened, and then I cast it from the graveyard with Leer and it worked. Not sure I fully understand that. Watch the replay. I have it on a delay over here. Looks like it's on a little too much of a delay though. Alright, whatever. That felt pretty smooth. The, I think the missing piece in my head for why that deck is so good is the interaction between Chapter 2 of Artist Talent and Hidden Strings, basically turning it into Twiddle. We got a little lucky, because leveling it up in the face of like a face-up Beseiju that I wasn't paying attention to was pretty bad, but they misevaluated. They killed the Thespian stage instead, and then we were kind of off to the races. This hand seems good. Shambling Vent, you say? I'll start with Expedition Map. Okay. I'm just going to play the Artist Talent. I don't know what we're up against, but counter spells are possible, and this, I think, is one of the most important pieces we have against that. I don't know if we're in, like, super danger here. I don't know any Esper deck that kills us here. Okay. I think I like Sleight of Hand. Pitch Steam Vents. There's Strings. Ooh, Thespian Stage. Sure, we like Thespian Stage. And then we just say go, holding up Cracking Expedition Map and Flood Moth. Critical push. Yeah, correctly identifying that they don't need that. Ghost Vacuum. Alright, well, that'll be our Flood Maw target. We don't have Besagers to deal with that. Actually, I think I can probably turn Auto Tap back on for this. Famous last words. Alright. Oh, we'll just level up and I'll play Lotus Field. If they have like a Vanishing Verse or something, get lost. Alright. That was going to happen sooner or later. Nothing super important in the graveyard yet, but we will want to probably answer that Ghost Vacuum before we go off. And maybe we don't really need to. Like, we put cards in our graveyard like a dozen at a time, and Ghost Vacuum only hits one. Does the backside of Jace do anything important? Flash is back. Flash is back, get lost, I guess. Ujitai. Hexproof as long as it's untapped. Hits. Anticipate. It's okay, I guess. Jace will flip.
My own most challenging puzzle. Every thought matters.
Alright. Well, we can try to go off. They're tapped out. We can Thespian Stage copy, Hidden Strings, pour. That's probably enough. Just looking for artist talent. Do not autopay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we weren't deterministically there. We can't, I don't think, easily win without artist talent getting us that velocity through the deck, but we were gonna find it. We did know one was on the bottom from a previous impulse, I think. And I think that happened after Expedition Map. With this set, how close are we to fully functioning Pioneer on Arena? Technically, we're not there. Pioneer has a ton of cards that are not on Arena still, but I can't think of a single card that I have played in Pioneer in the last 2-3 years that isn't on Arena right now. I think every important card is there. Now, if next set turns some random, Return to Ravnica card into a Pioneer All-Star, then, we start to drift from Pioneer again. But I guess that's just the risk you take. We're leaning heavy on this Sleight of Hand, but I guess Valakut Awakening's a land. This is a fine keep. That's scary. Just play this tapped. Don't want to get it thought seized. Next turn we can play Artist Talent and then start to do our thing. We get more graveyard stuff then. This is the Anticipate. The Strategic Planning. Yeah. Mill 2 lands. All right, so they're having a little bit of failure to launch over there. Are they planning to bring all of it eventually? I doubt it. Like, it seemed like this was a pretty huge lift for them. They kept talking about how it was stopping them from doing other things.
No more distractions. Let's make this drop it.
So, like, putting a bunch of dev effort into cards that no one will realistically play doesn't sound great to me. You know, we found Lotus Field, though. So, how do we feel with Lily in play? Can Spire Bluff Canal level up talent, Lily pluses? We pitch Expedition Map, Bond. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm under a ton of pressure yet, and they almost certainly don't have a way to deal with this. Ooh, that's right, this becomes free.
I'm tired of your secrets.
Lodoar is nice. Just grab Thespian Stage. Oh, shit. I meant to play Lotus Field. Okay. Well, that was a mistake.
Drop
I feel like Bond is really good. Gray Merchant deck has been around, eh? So the problem is Lily. Probably should not have pitched that Otawara. Do we have anything that deals with that? No. We can find Into the Flood Maw or something, I guess. No, I think I like doing Consider, because then at least I can copy Lotus Field with Thespian Stage. Don't love discarding that, but... I don't have double blue to cast the dig through time. That's gross. Alright, so if Lily ultimates, then we just keep the pile. I guess they could give me 2 Lotus Fields in one pile and the Artist Talent in the other, but then we just take the 2 Lotus Fields and laugh our way to the bank. Sure.
I'm done here. Ooh. Normally I'm the one who chooses who lives.
And if they don't do that, then they have to give us Artist Talent plus a Lotus Field in one pile, and then we just keep that. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, don't sacrifice that pile. Keep that pile. Right on time. I don't really want to discard anything to this Artist Talent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. kind of hoping for an untap effect. So I'll take Consider. I think I've made a hash of this game. I think we're still fine, but it's not great. Haven't played it super well. Won't kill. Alright, we have 4, 5 mana. There we go. Now we're going. Now we're going places. Yeah, I think we're actually safe to use Auto Tapper now. Okay, this deck is really cool. $21 cards. I should be using Pores first. Hey, Berkeley. How are you? Oh, you were the one who yelled at me in DC. Well, glad you finally made your way here. It's nice to have you. We're playing some Artist Talent Lotus. And our opponent is being very kind and letting us go off. Seven cards remaining. Devotion is just 2, so not quite there yet. Now we have way more than enough mana to do anything we need to do. We will not tap Lotus Field. Now we can just play Wish. Now we can just decline from here. And here's Oracle. And submit 0, and we win. Yeah, the Artist Talent version, I think is better than the Proctor or Grazer versions now. Like, So the Grazer version, I think, is basically unplayable. I think that the main draw to the Grazer version is that it has, you know, the one drop that can stop aggressive creatures, and it can have turn 3 kills a little more reliably because you get to put the extra land into play early. But most aggro decks don't really care about one crappy blocker anymore because of the abomination of a card that is Monstrous Rage. And everything just has trample or gets flung at your face anyway, so this card isn't super relevant. And so you have, instead, the Proctor version, which is a turn slower most of the time. Cheats Lotus Field into play, but not until turn 3 instead of turn 2. So you get less explosive starts. But it does turn off a lot of things that are relevant in the meta, so you pick up a bunch of points against mid-range, even if you're still ass against aggro. But Talent Lotus makes a lot more sense to me because it's as good probably against mid-range, because it just attacks on such a weird axis that most decks aren't prepared to deal with. Like, when was the last time you won a game with Thassa's Oracle and Pioneer? And it also has game, obviously, against aggressive decks. So, obviously, for best of one, I had to trim this down to 7 cards. But, you know, you have access to Pyroclasm, Fiery Impulses, Rending Volleys, all of those things, which is, you know, the same reason that Is It Phoenix is able to hold off those decks. The access to red, in other words, is really nice for the early game. Yeah, exactly. It's just really good against both. I will say, Arena is not. Arena does not handle these large graveyards and casting things from graveyards and from sideboards super well. Wish, I think, was already a card implemented on the client. It was like, it's not a Pioneer Masters card. It came out before. I forget what set, though. Wilds of Eldraine, maybe? It wasn't Throne, I don't think. But it does seem like an Eldraine card. Oh, it's LVD. Wonder what he's playing. Keep this. Hey, Schultz. LVD, excellent player, excellent streamer, excellent content creator. Definitely go check them out. Do I have a link for the list? I do. This is not my list. This, I think, is the list that Ginkgo was playing. And he's had some good success with it. There you go. Mana Confluence Thoughtseize, huh? Hey, Gabe. You've just joined us getting Thoughtseized by Magic Arena royalty LVD himself. Luckily, we drew a pretty anti-Thoughtseize hand. Maybe the best take here is Impulse. Yeah. It's a good draw. Yeah, we've played, I think, 3 matches with it already, and it's just wonderful. I don't know what this is, though. Founding the Third Path. Thoughtseize again? No. I know Expedition Map being standard legal is, and Pioneer legal is pretty sick. And it means we don't need Sylvan Scrying anymore. Scrying's obviously better, But in this particular version... Tassiger... Okay, so this is the Soul Flayer deck, I think. Maybe. Just gonna play Lotus Field. We threatened to go off next turn. Stage, Vizier, untap, copy, strings. We have 2 untapped Lotus Fields then. Yeah, Soul Flare. That makes sense. Okay, well, again, hand's pretty Thoughtseize proof. Probably dig through time. Yep. Oh, we're delving. I think. He's looking at his graveyard anyway. We get the pleasure of being Thoughtseized again next turn. That's not really a play you want to make. So, on the one hand, we can bounce Founding. Well, it doesn't work, right? Because in the worst case, he can play it on Chapter 3 and play the Thoughtseize anyway. This costs 2. Yeah, we can't. It doesn't do anything for us to do that. I think cycling Vizier here is kind of free. And if we hit, like, Pour Over the Pages or something, that's also pretty good. Why tap for white? So this is a free Neoform if I allow it, but I guess I can bounce whatever Neoform hits. I guess I can't now that I'm tapped out. So I guess we'll just get this. Oh, okay, it gives him a fish. It shouldn't give him a fish. Did I accidentally give them a fish? All right. I mean, it's still not a great thing to Neoform. Might be doing Lorehold combo. I don't know what Lorehold combo is. The only combo I remember with that was with Time Warp. But Time Warp isn't a legal card in Pioneer. If this was 2015, I'm done for. Alright. Here's Thoughtseize. Take strings, whatever. We have all the mana in the world. We just need to find the gas to play it. He's about to infinite combat. I'm interested. How? He needs to... I guess he would need to have exactly... He needs to have exactly land and Neoform as these 2 down cards. Has to be an untapped land. So Neoform is an additional cost, sack it. So is he fetching, like, Velomachus? Because if he is, then I can just bounce it with Otawara, and he knows that. Yeah, or I can let that resolve and just bounce it to his hand, right? And that makes his life even harder. Because he's got to find a way to get it into play from his hand. I gotta look up Velomachus Lorehold. Doesn't have... Yeah, it's flying, vigilance, haste, but not hexproof. Sure. Yodawara's face up. He knows he can't go for it unless he has a way to protect it. uh... We have 7 mana, 8 if we want it. I'm looking at my sideboard. Sure. There is a way we get blown out here, but he's got 1 card in the bin. It was definitely safer to just hold up Otawara. But this is more fun. Damn. Okay. Looks like no Neoform in hand. It's pretty good. So we just chill, right? Because if we go to Chapter 3 and he targets Neoform, in response to the targeting of Neoform, that's 1 Neoform gone. And then the question becomes, do we use Otawara or Floodmaw? I think the answer is Otawara. It's more mana efficient. And it's the known card. He might go for it again. This is a persistent Hooting Mandrills for sure. We could use like a Pour Over the Pages or something. How about an expedition map? How's that? We don't have any utility lands left. Oh, we do have an Otawara to fetch. We do this. We do it in this order to be able to pay for Stubborn Denial. Not much makes sense in terms of what's in his hand other than counterspells, which is unfortunate. I expect more of these. Yeah, okay. I guess it doesn't play around Stubborn Denial, but that's fine. At some point, we're going to need to draw an Artist Talent. We have 4 of them left in the deck. Alright. Consider. No thank you. Come on. I guess, yeah, no, I still want to... If he does Neoform this, I think I do want to let it go, so I can bounce the dragon. He is at 8. I don't exactly know how. It's got to be these mana confluences. Atraxa. Okay, Atraxa changes things a little bit. Yeah, if he's able to Neoform this into Atraxa instead of the dragon, then all of a sudden it gets worse. And I suppose I'm going to be forced to bounce this anyway, otherwise he'll just go to combat. Yeah, I think I just bounce this in my end step before he can interact. These draws have been abysmal. Yeah, it has not been good. So it could be upkeep Scry or upkeep Surveil. Play the man. Well, it doesn't even need to be that. He can just play the Mandrills, and if he has Neoform, he can do it. But to do that would tap him. Well, I guess it wouldn't tap him out. He could have Neoform Stubborn Denial. We are also at 2, which is inconvenient. Yeah. Well, I needed to see that, but I needed to see it after, like, a pour over the pages. They're just dead. Defensive hidden strings? Yeah. No, I mean, like, that was on the menu, right? Like, if we hit pour over the pages, we can tap down both mana confluences, pour, and then go off. Okay. Well, that's rough, but LVD's a good player, and our draws weren't great, so happy with that. It's interesting. The latency on the YouTube stream seems to be pretty significant, like on the order of, I don't know, guessing 20 seconds, which is a lot. Maybe I wasn't supposed to, maybe I wasn't supposed to play that expedition map. Maybe the big brain play was to hold the expedition map in hand in case we drew the artist talent. I am curious though, what is the infinite turns Velomachus combo you're talking about? Let's see if I can find that on Goldfish. There is one Hidden Strings deck played by Ginkgo that ran... Oh my god, what is this? It ran Velomachus Lorehold. What the hell is this? It's a Lotus Smuggler's Surprise deck. That's kind of cool. Valgavoth, Galta, Velomachus, Atraxa. Okay. That's cool. And 2 Elder Gargaroth so you don't die. Mana base is a Bant looking. Yeah, it's Bant. To be able to like cast your Atraxas if you need to. That's pretty cool. Man, it's taken a while to get these pairings. No idea what list I'm looking at. All I did was go on Goldfish and search for Pioneer decks that use Velomachus Lorehold, and the only one in the last 3 months is this one. And it's by the same guy who made the deck that I'm playing now. Damien F16 is the next victim. Hand's okay. Bunch of velocity to find the red land, and then eventually the Lotus. And start with Sleight of Hand. Putting that away hurts, but I want the red. And I want a non-Thespian stage land to sacrifice when we find our Lotus. Zeatora's Proving Ground. That could have answers to Artist Talent. Even still. It's more likely to have, like, a Deep Cavern Bat here to take it away from me. I think the play here is Impulse. Alright. Can Impulse and pitch. Now that I know the Artist Talent is gone, maybe I want to keep these Considers. This seems expensive without a Lotus Field. And the point of doing Impulse main phase here is that if we find a Lotus Field, we can just put it into play right away. No such luck. Well, I guess we're taking Artist Talent. And we'll play Pathway on blue with the plan of Considering on their end step. Fable's fine. Nothing really matters until I find Lotus. We're trying here. I I think, again, I main phase to consider in case I find Lotus Field. Pitching. I actually think I decline. All of these cards are so... Well, okay. That's a Lotus Field. It's slow, but it's a Lotus Field. Alright. Let's see what our opponent's up to here. Pitches a Fable and a Bitter Triumph. Haven't seen any creatures out of them, so Transmog makes some sense. Could be like the Igra food deck. Could just be like Jund Sacrifice, like big Jund Sacrifice. Perfect. They have green mana open, so they could have Beseju. And a copy. They have Beseju, they have Beseju. Great. And obviously we're in stellar shape. If they like just tap out and put an Atraxa in play or something, then I don't know that it's possible to lose. I suppose if they put Atraxa into play and hit Thoughtseize, take Pour, and we somehow whiff on Dig Through Time. But that's hard to do. Creativity, but post-combat. Valgavoth is inconvenient. Right, it's any card. And no artist talent anymore. So, yeah, that was pretty good. It is possible to lose from here, then. We don't have great answers to Valgavoth, realistically. Start here, I guess. Yikes. I hate that these are getting exiled with Valgavoth, but we can't let them untap, obviously, and there's just nothing else to do. This seems really good. But Pour twice is also really good. I just need an artist talent, please. There we go. This costs 3 non-land permanents. I can't make that happen yet, because I only have 2. I have a feeling we're not going to get there. This works. Oh, that doesn't just bounce. That doesn't bounce their creatures. Oh, that's worse. And we lost Wish as well under the Valgavoth, is that right? Yeah. I think we need to find strings to keep going off, but I don't even know what we're looking for at this point. Oh shoot, I should have discarded that. Either way, we're dead. That sucks. Yeah, if there was like an actual factual like Wrath or bounce everything in the sideboard, that would have helped a lot. Deck's hard to play. I'm getting the hang of it, but it's hard to play. It definitely feels better than the Proctor version. Maybe I'll go back to playing a few Proctor matches after this. It's been... what? How long have we been live? Under 2 hours. I'll probably go get a drink or something and then switch back to Proctor for a few games after this. Not that it'd be good, but would Thing in the Ice be funny? I really like Thing in the Ice in Pioneer. I was a huge fan of it back when Sorin and Amalia were everywhere. Since they got banned, it's really hard to cast enough spells quickly enough to not be dead on 3. And Thing in the Ice excels in those, like, aggro matchups. So if it can't quite do the job against aggro, then it's probably not worth including. Psych Rift is legal. Yeah, Psych Rift is legal. It's not a bad idea. All right, I'll grab a drink and I'll be right back. I am a big fan of Cyclonic Rift and Pioneer. It is always funny to catch people who don't know that it's a legal card. Okay. That last match obviously didn't count because the server crapped out. So we'll play one more with Artist Talent and see how we're feeling. It does feel to me like this is the best version of Lotus Field right now. Pains me to say. Also, for those of you who are wondering why I'm talking to myself, there's two chats, right? I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so there's a chat on both. People are chatting in both. Am I going to miss Dramoka? You mean shifting to Is It? Well, yeah. I'll miss Dramoka and Silence, but you do get to play good old Niv Mizzet Perun. So that's cool. There were times I tried to shove Niv into normal Lotus Field combo, but the problem I found with Niv was that in the matchups where he was good, you didn't necessarily have reliable access to red mana. We're up against Kuro again. So Kuro was on like some mono blue... he was on like a mono blue devotion deck with all the counter spells in the world. You'll harass me there too? Sure. Harass away. This considers doing an awful lot of lifting if we keep it. Kuro mold. My instincts say to mulligan this one. This one is better. I think that was a follow? Thank you, Berkeley. Yeah. We can keep this, and I guess we're binning a consider. Vizier is kind of mopey, actually, without the Lotus. Sure, let's try this. Plus Visionary Niv for the Infinite. Eh. Thoughtseize away. We have 3 of a kind. That's rude. Turns off Leer and Wish. Is this just hate bears? Like Abzan hate bears? Might be. There's maybe a world where we only cast one Consider on end step, so we keep it from going to night and having that flip. I think that is this world. Seeing people have access to full Pioneer is funny because you haven't seen a real deck yet. I know. Like the Tassigur deck was, like the Delve one, that was a real deck way, way back. I'm gonna keep Impulse. Just need to find Lotus. I don't want to cast this Flood Maw because I'd rather use it to bounce it on the turn I want to combo off. But I might have to. Jesus. I guess dig through time? Oh, and it goes to night. Did I play any standard? Yeah, I've started playing otters in standard. So this will cost 3. Okay, there's Lotus. And I guess talent. Like, that's kind of what we're in the market for. When you log in, you're doing Teamer Adventures. Teamer Adventures, unfortunately, has just never quite been good enough. Or maybe fortunately. Like, I hated Lucky Clover. Awkward. Taking poor kind of leaves us a window, though. All right. So we can talent, strings, like talent, Lotus, strings. Yeah. Can we live another turn? Like, is it possible to just say go here? Might be. I don't see how they kill us next turn. And I think we're much more likely to win if we untap. Backup. With my Flood Maw as a backup, yeah. Paying the ward on the thing is painful, but... I think we are, in the absence of anything else, bouncing the mat. What? Good old Abzan, Lightning Helix. I was not expecting direct damage out of him. Am I going to RC Mini? Probably not. I'm not queued. But if we get like a booth or something, then I'll probably go. I spent like no time on Modern Season. I'll probably LCQ for Portland. Yeah, it's like, you know, right next door, so I might as well. That is if my deck doesn't get banned. I bought a bunch of One Rings. And played one RCQ with them, and I fully expect them to get banned. Modern's poop. Yeah. I had fun playing Twiddle. But, yeah. I played against Lantern at that RCQ, actually. Maybe not surprisingly, we drew. We went to time. Up against Numbskull. We have 2 lands, a Proctor, and a Lotus Field. Those 2 lands don't cast Proctor, but it's not that bad. Opponent chose Yorion. It's probably going to be a long game. Also, Proctor's really good against anything running Yorion. Sure. Modern's all energy. It is the best deck by a significant margin, yeah. I don't know if that's still true post-Foundations, but I don't think anything from Foundations mattered for Modern. I had probably one of the best Magic games of my life playing Twiddle against Demir. We got into like this face-off with my One Ring and his face-up Orcish Bowmasters in hand, and we just played this game of chicken. Yeah, Schultz was there. He saw the whole thing. I think that might be the best game of Magic I've ever played. Naturally, it's in a format that I never play. Fable bins 2 lands. Opponent probably goes up to 5 mana here. I don't know what the threat is, though. It's probably Bring to Light. Like, the swamp is kind of a giveaway, I think. Oh, they needed the green? Yeah, they needed the green to cast that. Sure. That's fine. He did his job. So we can pour. Maybe we're supposed to. Alright, so we have 4 mana. We can scrying, stage, play stage, and copy. It's a little awkward when we have that Proctor in hand. But if I play scrying, fetch Lotus, play Proctor, and they, like, kill it, or if they Thoughtseize the Proctor, then that's much worse. Sylvan into strings. I think that's an okay line, but I think a lot of the skill in this deck is knowing when you need to go for it and when you can take another turn to set up. Like, the worst thing that can happen to us here is that we get Thoughtseized. And they take Ultimatum, I guess, and then we still have boatloads of mana and appear into the Abyss. Oh, I have to turn off auto tap now. Omni, Petition, 4. I don't think we need to think too hard about it. They could have Beseiju, so we need to be mindful of that when we have to resolve our Omniscience last if they give it to us, but they didn't. Oh yeah, hold full control. Damn it. Yeah, Magic Online, after you resolve Ultimatum, gives you an opportunity to float your mana first. Arena doesn't. Omni's risky. Because if I Omni then peer, and they kill Omni in response, then they get to untap. Whereas I can just do this. About the exact same pile. Alright, now that they've put Omni back twice, I think it's pretty clear they don't have Beseiju. Now both of these Lotuses are untapped, so they will get untapped by 4. How many cards we have? 33. We're fine. So 3, 6, 10, yeah. Okay, and then we do this first. In case they have a means to destroy the Omniscience. Ooh, not only do they have a way to get rid of it, they have Vanishing Verse. Okay. Three, 6, 8. A lot. Yeah, we have 9, which is Peer plus Hidden Strings afterwards. Now I think we can turn auto tap back on. Alright, and did we find an Archdruid's Charm? We did. We just have to make sure we have enough mana to actually do the thing. Okay, this is 7. So we can... Where's Faye? Fetch approach. Sure. I'll strings one more time. And then we can... This is how much? 5, 11... So we can approach and strings again. Sure, whatever. Oops. Cool. The APM for Arena are impressive. Yeah. I've been playing for a little bit. I don't know. What do you think? Am I more likely to time out on Arena or Magic Online? MTGO. The thing is, with Arena, I think you kind of have to take into account the amount of times you get screwed by paying mana in a way you don't expect because you're playing too fast. Like, I have auto tap turned off, but I have clicked the auto pay button a bunch. And it has screwed me when I've done that. Dr. Ruckus. I think this hand has to go back. This is better. Keep this, pitch dig through time. Oh, it's adventures. You got your wish, okay. I guess I consider main phase in case I find sleight of hand. Okay. Okay, so probably a Bone Crusher Giant coming. We have 4 cards in the bin. Still 1 mana away from Dig Through Time. Sure. Yeah, I was going to do it in their upkeep in case they had Beseiju to kill the Thespian stage. Now it's safely a forest, so they can't. Wish they had played that earlier. Damn. What sort of counter magic did adventurers run? I don't remember them running any of it. I think I'll dig through time on end step. We are, like, slowly dying. Man, I remember when this was in standard. I hate letting all that go. How much are we taking next turn? We're going to go to 11. We're taking 5, 10, 11, because of course we are. That's gross. Now I have to Odawara, or I just die. Yeah, that's nasty. I can't even bounce the 1/1 because the innkeeper allows the beast to attack. And that. Just could not find a Lotus Field. I guess I was supposed to... Spike Field Hazard was something I was considering, but... It wouldn't have made a difference, right? They had too many 1/1s. I guess if I impulse carefully, I could find a Lotus. Because Expedition, finding Lotus for 3 mana is not good enough. I need to find it for 2. Oh, what am I doing? Well, this is still a Thespian stage, yeah. Yeah, there it is. Only 4. So now I need to dig through time for another strings, basically. Or that. So Vizier gets me to 3. Second Vizier gets me to 4. Does Odawara keep me alive? No. I can bounce the Bone Crusher, but then they just hit me with the Bone Crusher. So I guess it's double Vizier. I'm trying, guys. 3, 4, 5, 6. We're one short of Lear. Actually, why bother with that? I can just do this. They've just given up. Still not there. Okay. They have tired of my bullshit. This is 3, 6. Same spot. Artist talent? I was dumb not to pour there. Shit. Did I make a land drop this turn? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I did. Great. Okay, well. If the top card was Hidden Strings, then we were probably there. But I didn't think I hit a land drop, and I would have had 2 pours left after the Steam Vents. Those games are so hard. Like, it's tough getting to those games where you have like a Thespian stage and a Lotus Field, and you're just spinning, and you're almost getting traction, but never quite gaining mana. Those are the worst. How does the stream look on YouTube, by the way? Because I'm looking at the, I'm looking at, like, the stream page, and it's way, way behind. Like, hours behind. Looks fine. Okay. Well, as long as you're hearing me, then I know that the stream is up to date. Kuro again. And that's not a keepable hand. That is. Keep that. Pitch. Volakut? Okay. Planes. So this could still be the Abzan deck from before. Nope. Oh god. Well, that dies to Spike Field Hazard. I'm not interested in... Well, am I interested in fucking around? I don't think so. I think we just kill this dead. really don't want to let them stay on the board. I could level this up. I feel like if this is allowed to just be targeted by a shitload of spells, though, then I get buried. I think I just do this now. And maybe here we hit, like... Oh, that works. We are in the card disadvantage hole, as you can see. But we're getting there. YouTube's way behind. Gross. Oh, they're gonna hit the artist talent? Does this hit an online permanent? It does hit an online permanent. This gets Ward 1 or 2. Oh boy. We've had some difficulty assembling the combo. Oh dear. That's a lot of cards. Can be reasonably confident nothing's going to resolve. Castle Vantress, wow. Tapping out is bold. So I can crack map here, find stage, copy, and I'll have 1 mana left over after that. So I guess if I can find a strings or something. Oh, I can't. That's not enough, because it costs 2 to crack this, not 1. Well, in that case. Okay. I mean, I still think we're hosed. These tempo decks are hard for us to deal with. Hopefully he just taps out again. No such luck. poor first plays around Spell Pierce, so I guess that's what we're doing. Oh. Okay. Great. I didn't expect that to resolve. Alright, step one. Now we just need to get rid of this Drake. How's Lear? Lear's less than ideal. I guess Lear flashback Floodmaw. Because the ward doesn't matter once Lear's in play. And then we get our artist talent back. But that's not quite enough, I don't think. Because we don't have a way to untap and get more mana. So sorry for now, Lear. Wish? How's Pyroclasm? The Stone Cold Nut? Certainly seems to be. Did top twice, so like a counterspell is not crazy, and the careful taps kind of give it away. This is 6 mana. I feel like if I don't Otawara here, I'm as good as dead. Probably dead anyway. So this will give this ward. This has prowess. Yeah, if you can get this to 6, that's it. And if he has, like, God's Willing or something, that's also pretty bad news. Okay, well, That represents Spell Pierce, but we don't care about Spell Pierce. And now we kind of get to go off. I do think Spell Pierce is a very likely card to be over. So we'll just make as much mana as we can first. I could have just tapped them out, I guess, too. Seer, map, Odawara, Canal, map, Spire Bluff. Talent and 3. Gross. Whatever. I'll just play fast. Take Leer, actually. Yeah, getting... Oh, it has to be an Cinder Sorcery. I guess I'll regrow Wish. And I still want to play around Spell Pierce. I guess Dispute, but there's no way he's running main deck Mystical Dispute. Alright. Pull up. I'm like stuck in full control. That's cute. Okay, so that's 7 cards left. 2, 3, down to 3. Untap these 2. Pitch a field. Wish. Draw. Alright. We got there. Thanks to Kuro for being a good sport sitting through that. Human token. That's interesting. Player doesn't have MTG tapped onto the end of their name. Looks like Neoform. I don't want to play this. Of course. No sense in cycling again. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, clever. I like Oculus in this deck. Five cards in the bin. So I could cast this and it would leave me with 1 mana up. Alright, well I think this is the play. Just level up and play an island and say go. With the plan that if they put an Oculus into play somehow, we can just bounce it with Bloodmaw. And otherwise, we've developed our board a fair bit. Like, Artist Talent being leveled up is a pretty big game. So Neoform finds Oculus. And we bounce it in the end step. And if they have Stubborn Denial, I don't really care. I would love it if they tapped out. Alright. So 3 mana up for the opponent. Start the cycle. Pours mana neutral now that we have the leveled up Artist Talent, so that's nice. If I do this, I have 1 mana left up. Well. Oh shit. No! Can I hold priority? I'm gonna float the white. Or float the blue. Damn it. Maybe I still can. Can. That's awkward. That's funny. Spell Pierce. To Seiju only now. Okay. Okay, so now we have 5 mana, really 6. Let's start here. Just cannot find a Hidden Strings. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try to find it. Oh, okay, well, we found it. I'll take strings, please. That seems good to me. Do it again, I suppose. Still mana short. I've already played a land for the turn, so I can't put that Lotus Field into play, so I guess it's Vizier. Put this on red. Cycle. Tap. Found strings. There we go. Funny enough, we don't have any other ways to untap in my hand. I'll return strings. Cards. 1 hidden strings left in the deck. Okay. Getting there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh god. Oh god. They have had it with my bullshit, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. Well, I guess we have to let them untap, as much as I don't want to. Last 4 cards are Map, Consider, Talent, and Spirebluff Canal. Yeah, and obviously we're there now. We came that close to winning on our last turn, but ran out of clock. Deck is good. I'm not as good, but deck is good. I'm having fun with it. Who knows what, I mean, I was going to say who knows what Pioneer will be like by the next major tournament, but, like, there isn't one. Like, the next RC won't be until 2026 at the earliest. How many sets is that? Like, probably 8. I am curious to see what Pioneer will look like in 2 years' time, just because the last couple sets have changed it so radically. The fact that you can now pretty consistently goldfish a turn 3 kill, when that didn't used to be possible, completely changed the landscape. And I'm wondering how much room there is for the format to power up beyond that. This is like exactly the same hand we had last game. Ooh, goblins. We haven't seen many actual aggressive decks today. This could be the first one. I'm a little concerned about Trash Master. I could just bounce this. Bouncing that is such a major setback to them. It's also a major setback to me, though, to take this turn off. Okay. So start with sleight of hand, I guess. I think we're gonna need that Flood Maw. Which is more damage? I think they're the same. Oh, no, they're not. This gets +1 for each other attacking goblin? That's gross. So this will be 5 total goblins. So this will be 7 power. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Or more. we need to win this turn. Oh, am I just dead? Did I do the math wrong? No, I'm fine. Well, fine is a strong word. Yeah, I think we're hosed. Another talent would not seem to do it. I definitely screwed up on an earlier turn. Yeah. Gross. Pretty sure I misplayed an earlier turn, but brain fuzzy, I don't remember it. I think it was playing the artist talent instead of cracking the expedition map. I think that was the only window I had to fetch a Lotus Field, and it was a pretty major mistake not to do it. I thought I'd be able to do it the next turn. Thought I'd have 3 mana, bounce a thing, crack it, fetch. Okay. Hand's not ideal. But I think it's fine. I'd rather not have Lear in the opening hand. Not again. I have to take this assuming I'll find a Lotus Field, because if I don't find a Lotus Field, nothing matters anyway. Snoop Cobb. This might be an important way to find the Lotus Field. Yeah, I think I want every opportunity to find it. I'll cast this Consider on the end step, rather than play this tapped. Yeah. There's land coming next turn. They didn't play the Horde Master, actually. Yeah. How the hell do I find this thing? Is it just supposed to be, like, Valakut now? And throw away this artist talent? Oh, I don't have to throw away this artist talent. That's not how the card works. This is an instant as well. Okay. Let's do this on the end step then. Are we dead? 3, 6, 8, 10, 12. Go to 1, huh? Okay. So play Lotus Field, resolve the trigger, attack these two. Blow blue strings. We have 5 mana. If I play this thing, I go down to 3 mana. I can dig for hidden strings. Basically need to find exactly that. Nope. Got bowled over. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use washroom. All right. Let's go back to some proctors. Just looking at the list of everyone who's streaming, it's a lot. A lot of people got into the event this time. It's really good to see. I'm glad that they're reaching out to more people again. There was some major, like, culling, like 3 or 4 events ago, where they just more or less canceled the program and then invited people back on a very selective basis. Ficticio. Yeah, this works. Yeah, on the play, this works. It looks ugly, but I think it'll play better than it looks. Oath of Nissa. So this is like the mono green devotion deck, probably. So it's just 2 combo players. This card is a nightmare for them if we can resolve it. If they're what I think they are, there's so much value in getting a Proctor in play that I'm toying with playing Strings first. Like tapping the mana, play Lotus Field Strings, then play Proctor. I think instead, I'm just going to Thespian Stage and try to copy the Mana Confluence. And then play the Proctor and then play the field. And if somehow that blows up in my face, then I still have the line of Lotus Field copy next turn. What the hell is this?
Get in, get out. Easy mission.
Alright, this is not what I thought it was.
Eyes are everywhere.
Yeah. Might as well. We can't block this token, but I like the idea of having my lands in play, as opposed to just play Lotus Field and copy without having the Proctor down. Be down 2 lands and no Proctor there. We would untap with 2 Lotus Fields, though. If no counter magic, though, we untap with 2 Lotus Fields anyway, because we have Charm, the Lotus into play, and then Strings, both of those. So how the opponent plays dictates how we will play.
Now, what do we have here?
Alright, they just tap out. So I don't know what this card does.
Let's dive right into battle.
You got it. So that turns off any Cypher shenanigans, but whatever. We just get to go off. This is 8 mana. Can petition down to 3. Do we have Spell Mastery? Yes, we can petition down to 3, up to 6. I gotta get better at tapping these things. My plan was to fetch Pour, but now I have not enough blue to do that. So we have 6, 10, and then Pier and try to go off from there. I think we'd be incredibly unlucky not to hit. Now I have to turn off auto tap though. Okay. Use hidden strings. And here's pour. I want that one. There we go. Where are you, Faye? Do I have a way to untap more stuff? Oh, I do. Here's Lear. That works. Okay, this is 11 mana. I'll do it one more time, so I have stuff left over to cast flashback things with Lear, but it's not really necessary. Just a habit I've gotten into, because sometimes you cast Omniscience and you get yourself stuck. And we're there. Not that. There you go. Cool. Feels good. Yeah, let's try that one again. I gotta say, best of one frustrates me, but it is nice basically never getting damping sphered. And we haven't seen a whole lot of, like, low to the ground aggro. So we haven't needed to, like, overcompensate our deck, load it down with a bunch of removal spells that don't further the game plan. Because we've been up against a bunch of mid-rangey, weird stuff, honestly. We ran into goblins twice. I don't think we've run into anything else that I could call aggressive. I guess Kuro was playing Auras, that blue-white Auras deck. It's more like tempo than aggro, but I'd say it counts. You guys watching any other ones? Any other streamers in the early access event? Kind of curious how the draft format is. Because supposedly the reason that we waited so long for these cards is because they don't want to release them as anthologies or whatever on the client. They want them to be released as draftable sets because that's what makes money. And I hope it was worth it. I don't know. I looked at a few booster pack pictures on Blue Sky, and none of them got me super excited to play Limited. Not that that's an easy thing to do. I'm not a huge Limited player. But still, like, there were no cards I looked at in those packs, and I'm like, damn, I really want to play that in a limited environment. I ran into Dramoka one time in a double Masters draft. That was a thing. Turns out that card is pretty tough to beat. I think I had the answer for it too. I think I had like an edict, and then they reanimated it. Now we played this person recently. Was it our last opponent? Might have been. Hand's great. Hand's great. Guess that's it. Yeah, I think this is the person we were just playing against. So it was some weird 4-color or 5-color Super Friends deck. I guess using Oath of Nissa to fix for the Planeswalkers. Yeah, it's like Legends. Yeah. Well, I don't think our Proctor's going to get countered, and I don't think it's going to stop anything on turn 2. I could be wrong. But now we can be fairly confident this is going to resolve, and we'll get our Lotus into play. They have perfect mana. You can cast whatever legend you want.
The system can't fix everything.
I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that this one is probably over. We don't have Spell Mastery turned on. That's gross. I guess because I ciphered it. It's kind of nasty. Didn't think about that. Okay, Omniscience, Petition, Peer. Seems hard to lose from. Turn 4 kill. I think we want Petition to resolve second. We're gonna go up to 7 mana. What did I draw? I think somehow I didn't hit any hidden strings. Wild. But we still have a bunch of pour over the pages. Let's take Omni. Three, 6, 8. This will be 9. Come on. Man. This is 6 mana. Yeah, that's more than enough. Ten cards in the library, yeah. Feels pretty good. Obviously, our opponents are not, you know, playing the most testing decks, but it is chicken soup for the soul to see Lotus win. It's nice not being like... It's nice not living in a meta that is so incredibly hostile to Lotus as the one that was a few months ago. Like, I remember after the Pioneer Pro Tour, and it was like right after Vein Ripper came on the scene, like right after the Vampires deck, and everyone was copying the Pro Tour lists. And every deck, every sideboard had multiple copies of Damping Sphere. There were a bunch of Thoughtseizes main deck, of course, Duresses, Go Blanks, a lot of different ways to hate us out. Even Alpine Moons, even though I don't think Alpine Moon is a great card against us. It was a tough time to be a Lotus player. It's a double-edged sword, unfortunately. People are playing jankier decks in Pioneer because there's nothing to train for, but there's nothing to train for, so it kind of sucks. This is just mana. Like, this is a one-way ticket to good mana town. Question is, do I play Lush Portico on 1 or Spara's Headquarters? Spara's Headquarters represents a draw later. Lush Portico gets me closer to, like, a Strict Proctor now. I think I start. I'm gonna start here. I guess having blue in play could have been relevant. Or like a Vizier or something if I wanted to untap that for whatever reason. No reason to deviate, I don't think. Guildgate, so probably some Maze's End deck, which I have to imagine is just an outstanding matchup for us. I would assume, anyway. I'll take the Seiju to snipe one of these if we get into a dangerous spot. Oh. That's a big boy. I still think I'm in okay shape, and I don't want anything bad to happen to this Thespian stage, so... just chill. We have strings, so that gets us to 10 mana. We have the Seiju if we need to play it for an 11th. Opponent's holding up blue and green. We could easily die next turn if we don't take action, but we do have a Soul Partition. So things aren't that bad. But if they have a counterspell for the Soul Partition, then we're dead. So in that case, probably we should start by Soul Partitioning to see if it resolves. It does, instantly. Okay. So we get up to 8, 9, Yeah, it was a mistake to cast a Soul Partition. If I had 11, I'd be able to charm for Lear and have enough mana left over to strings. But at the same time, we don't really have any payoff for it. So I guess I'll take an Odawara. No, I'll take Aspara's Headquarters to get deeper into the deck. For the sake of. Sure. Yeah, we're going to take a pretty good crack here, but I would have to think there's probably a forced line. What's in our sideboard? 9 lives, that's funny. Start with, I guess I could charm for Lear, charm for Fae. We have 8 mana next turn. Lear, strings. So 8 goes down to 3, up to 7. The problem is we just don't have anything to do. Let's start by cycling, see what we find. Rock. Alright. So we can Fae of Wishes, and that guarantees that we'll live, more or less. Because we can fetch 9 lives. Or we can fetch Lear. I'll take Fae. Strings. So we have 3 mana here. Oh, we can just fetch Ultimatum. And that's enough, right? Yeah, that's enough. We just need to play Beseiju first. So we basically need to pour and hidden strings. It's more or less non-negotiable, so we'll untap. I guess Dark Petition. I think that's a card I'm pretty happy to have no matter which other one they give me. They'll probably just give me pour and hidden strings. But because we don't have blue, Dark Petition resolving can't find hidden strings on its own if they give it to me. So we need to guarantee that we untap our land so that we keep going. And I need to hold full control. Hello to... Oh, hello to everyone from Nerd Girl stream. Welcome. We're playing some Lotus Field in Pioneer on Arena, which is absolutely sick. Welcome, everyone. I am Airball. I am one of Nerd Girl's co-hosts on the Decked Out Commander show. And I am a sweaty, constructed Magic player. And we are kind of beating up on Gates. So, here's Omniscience. Here's Pour Over the Pages for free. Discard Odawara, sure. I'll Balagid back. What? Why not pour over the pages? How was your stream, nerd girl? How did the drafts go? Oh, hey, Kuro. We had some good matchups today, eh? Kuro was a great sport some of the time and kicked the crap out of me others. Much like our opponent here is being. Which alternate cost? Oh, there we go. You learned a lot about how super fun it is on my side. I'm glad. I'm glad you had that opportunity, Kuro. That's really nice. Oh, yeah, no, I think you left at a perfectly reasonable time. And I'm sorry that I took so long. In my defense, you were playing a bunch of tempo decks with, like, soft counter spells, and I was trying to figure out how to play around them. But the one that had, what was it? It was Disdainful Stroke, Swan Song, Tidebinder. That was pretty good. That was tough to beat. What? Bro, what? I did almost get there with those two birds. That would have been a new one. I've never won a game of Lotus Field with damage from birds that I didn't create. I'm like, oh, I just need to find, like, Odawara, and he's dead. But I guess he had Tidebinder, too. So that Odawara wouldn't have worked. I am kind of surprised how few people I've seen playing Lotus today, because almost everything new from Pioneer Masters was for Lotus. Every other deck in the format existed mostly untouched. Like, a few cards different here and there, but the core of the deck was the same. Lotus was unplayable. Like, you just didn't have Hidden Strings, you didn't have Dark Petition. But the fear of God in you. Alright, well, let's see if we can do that to... Oh my god. We have run into this opponent, I think, 3 of the last 4 matches. They were on, like, some... They were on some, like, Super Friends 4-color pile. Yeah, it looks like they still are. You've seen 90% Lotus all night? I guess that's true. You and I played together a bunch. I haven't run into it once. Alright, well, that's going to make it harder. I obviously did not mean to fetch Beseiju there. So that's not ideal. This should have been a quick one. Maybe the servers wouldn't be able to cope with Lotus Field against Lotus Field. Game 1 Lotus Field versus Lotus Field is really boring, and it's only best of 1 today, obviously. But I think post-board, Lotus Field versus Lotus Field is an incredibly interesting match. Obviously, draw the Surveil land as soon as I play the Proctor. I don't want to expose this to, like, getting Beseiju'd or something. guess I just cycle, and if I find a Lotus Field, then that's great. It's a mechanical call, for sure, even without your games, I kept running into it. Huh. Okay, I've gotten kind of lucky then. Maybe my MMR sucks. Mana Confluence. Yeah, sure. I think I value the Surveil off this, and I want to be able to pay for it. I think that a lot of players also have not had experience playing Lotus Field, and those ones take a very long time to figure out what they're doing. This is the card-based MMR matchups? Maybe.
Time to focus. I got a job to do.
You're gonna kill the Proctor? Oh my god, you killed Kenny. Do I care about Kaya? Not really. Am I playing Thespian Stage so I can cast Pour? That seems incredibly lame. Can I fetch anything off of Fae? I can Fae for Silence, but then I won't be able to play it if I want to play this. Oh, great. Okay, then I guess that is what we're doing. Man, so frustrating. I should have had this. I should have had this combo assembled on like turn 4. It's weird though, because you'd think that if they were doing the card-based MMR matchups, then what the hell is that? Then they would you just have mirrors all the time, right? Because my deck is obviously mostly the same strength as the cards in theirs.
We were not destined to fight.
I guess I can petition for Lotus Field. That's a grim thing to have to do. Well, now I can rebuy the Sylvan Scrying. That's probably better. Click it properly this time. And let's see if we can untap. I assume we're not dead. I don't know what this guy does. That emblem is scary. Okay, so next turn, we copy Lotus Field. After that, we'll have 3 mana left. Hidden Strings gets us up to 7. Hidden Strings again gets us up to 11.
I will rend the sun from the heavens. Helen,
Petition goes down to 6,
I must act as a leader.
and then up to 9. We find Lear. Lear starts recasting Hidden Strings. And then we really, I don't think, can lose from there.
Light shall always conquer darkness.
Okay. 7. 11. Petition. Lear. Play Lear. Play strings. Might as well. Play strings. This is 6, 12, 13 mana. Actually, I think I just want to do this. Go to 3. Great. How many cards left? 19. Alright, so now we're at 6, 9, 10. Now we can granted. Fetch approach. Strings. This is 11 mana, so we can approach. Strings. How is this not fun for you people? Cool. Well, despite my best efforts to throw, we got there. Alright, let's switch back to the artist talent one. I want to get more reps on it, even though I'm not. Jesus, yeah, that is the correct reaction, I think. I'm a little worried that Lotus will become a more popular deck, and I don't get to be the Lotus hipster anymore. Now that it's on Arena. Yeah, today is about celebrating Lotus being playable on Arena, so it's going to be all Lotus all day. Lotus is my fault? No, Lotus was around way before me. But I played it in DC for the regional championship, and I played it a bunch before that, and it is my favorite deck. So in some sense, it's my fault. Blame me anyway. That's totally fair. All right, we've played Numbskull before. I don't remember what they were on though. His hand's not keepable. Yeah, so the goal of this deck is to get, if you guys just came in, the goal of this deck is to get an Artist Talent in play and basically storm off with Hidden Strings and Pour Over the Pages and keep looting through your deck until you get down to 0, and then wish for a Thassa's Oracle in your sideboard. Double Consider I think I'm okay with. Pitch Floodmoth. Alright, have fun, Kuro. See you. Our hand's relatively Thoughtseize proof. They take strings without thinking hard about it. No thought to taking dig through time. Which is interesting. Alright. I have the sense that Lear won't be in my hand long enough to be important if they're going to keep discarding like this. I think I just want to make sure I hit my lands. And that. Glad we switched off the Proctor version, though. Proctor does not like Kroxa too much. We don't have the Lotuses yet, so I think I'm down to pitch the Pour as well. I think I can turn the Auto Tapper back on, too. Okay, that makes sense. That's why they were not worried about dig through time. So I guess these two cards are the worst in the situation. We gotta find Lotus pretty bad. So bad, in fact, that I think we just need to pitch the Vizier. Okay. Now, we can gamble. The problem is if I play Lotus Field now, I have to sack the Thespian stage. We can gamble and hope that they don't have another like Go Blank or Kroxa to make me discard this, and then I can play the Pathway this turn and sack it in the Steam Vents. But I don't think that that's going to happen. Like, this deck seems to be all about discard, and they're not out of ways to do that. Yeah. And at minimum, next turn, we get to level up the Artist Talent. Or we can do this. Perfect. So, do they have enough to flashback Kroxa? Not yet. Shieldred kind of cramps our style a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. This is effectively 9 damage. We're going to 4. We need a way to get rid of Shieldred. We don't really have one, is the problem. We need to find Floodmaw. Sleight of Hand is not a draw, so we have that. We're also gonna... Well, we're not gonna loot with Artist Talent, unfortunately. Dig Through Time is also not a draw. Wish. If I wish, I'll have 3 mana left. Which I can use, I guess, to fetch Psych Rift. It's not inspiring. What's my graveyard look like for Dig Through Time? 4 cards. So it effectively costs 4. I'll have 2 mana left if I can find a Hidden Strings and a way to deal with Shieldred. It's got to be Dig Through Time. Oh no, it costs less than that. Because we have to discount from Artist Talent. There's Floodmaw. And... I guess Consider it has to be. I don't know what can get us out of this at this point. Not that. And not that, unfortunately. Yeah. Close. Shieldred is a nasty one against us. Not being able to storm off without dealing with her first is tough. What did you guys think of the limited format? I know No Girl was playing a few drafts. Oh no. Is Twitch down? Twitch doesn't seem to want to load, but OBS says everything's fine. Looks okay. You're still here? Damn. I'm just looking through all the other streamers, and I don't see a whole lot of Lotus. I'm looking at oh, someone's playing against is it Lotus, and it's just a screen grab of their stream playing against me. Crim's playing Mill. Are there new toys for Mill from Foundations? MTGA Brew Lab. I think this hand's okay. I think we have to start on Spikefield Hazard tapped, because they could just Thoughtseize us, and that would be unpleasant. Some of the Jaces are nostalgic. Yeah. The Vryn's Prodigy, the one that was in the Rona decks for a while. Deathcap Glade. Well, I think we just do our thing. Oh shit. Huh. That's a little scary. So what are our options? We can level up Artist Talent and say go. I doubt we die next turn. It's not impossible, but I doubt it. We can Flood Mob bounce the Rot Priest. We get a poison anyway. They just replay it for 1. It's not a big deal to them. I think I like Sleight of Hand. Yeah, I'll take a Vizier. And Vizier plus Hidden Strings, if we like draw Thespian Stage or something, then we have a ton of mana next turn. So here we go to 4. We have Corrupted turned on. We do also have Expedition Map. So 5 mana, down to 2, fetch Thespian Stage, copy, and then probably die next turn. I think it's more or less free to cycle this now. think I'm down to just pitch this Flood Maw, actually. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Okay, we just need one more mana. It's funny. Strings, perfect. Strings and pour. So this goes down to, we have 8 mana, this goes down to 5. I think I'm down to just keep ditching things now that I know I have Lear to rebuy everything. Nine. We're getting there, I promise. Just need to find Wish. There it is. Okay, then we just need to get down to very few cards in deck. That should be easy to do. Sure. Nope. I'm sorry, opponent. I'm sorry. Trying. I need to get down under 2, because if I play the Thassa's Oracle and they Fatal Push it when I have 4 cards, it's embarrassing. I have to play around Fatal Push. Like, if I don't get down to 2 cards, less than 2 cards, then killing Thassa's Oracle in response means I don't win. Is the Wincon Oracle? Yeah. Sphinx's tutelage on Arena previously. I don't know what that card does. You can also alternatively win with win by fetching Niv Mizzet Perun from the sideboard and then just storming off with that and pinging them to death. If for some reason your Thassa's Oracle gets, I don't know, you should never really be fetching it except to win the game. So it's hard to imagine it getting like surgical or something. Hamhawks is here. All right. Ooh. I think this hand's a little too sketchy on the play. Sure. I'll take the land. Oh, it's Chungus. I didn't even notice. So this is like Quintorius, probably? So this is a race. This is a straight-up race. Do I have anything I can wish for to stop that? I think this Flood Maw is going to be important all of a sudden. Do I particularly enjoy this deck? All right, now I'm lost. Yeah, Lotus Field is my favorite deck. I like the versions that win with like Sylvan Scrying and Archdruid's Charm, but I am willing to accept that this one is probably better for now. I want to keep up the option to Floodmaw this if they play a big dummy, or Floodmaw the dummy is probably better. But let's... Huh. I could just level up and hold up Floodmaw. It's not the worst. Sure. I am terrified of what this is trying to cheat out. There we go. That's the stuff. So we start... How many cards in the bin? Not enough. Start with Sleight of Hand. And I think I'm going to pitch Floodmaw at this point, because I think we can probably win from here. So we have 11 cards in the bin. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seer and Consider. Those are a lot of stinky cards, honestly. Now we're talking. I'll pitch a consider, sure. All right. I mean, you guys can kind of see where this is going from here, right? Now we're just trying to motor through our deck as quick as we can. Almost there. It's always near the bottom. There we go. I will say that this interface is not the best for this. Sure. Nothing matters at this point. So now we can wish. All right, one card in library. Here's Thassa's Oracle, and that's the game. Surprised it didn't crash Arena. Yeah, I mean, nothing it's doing is particularly hard, right? It's just a full graveyard. No stacks are getting out of control. Just the spell count's getting really high. Levdev. Levdev playing with Gev. Hand seems great. Shock Watery Grave, consider top. Alrighty then. I'm getting this down because I think a Thoughtseize out of something like this is reasonably likely, and this is my Lotus Field. Alright, Rona. So this is like your Jace Vryn's Prodigy combo deck. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna sack this now. They could have like some random Tidebinder or Stifle or something. And I don't think we gain anything by keeping the mana open. Also a Thassa's Oracle deck. I don't know what their win con is these days. Thassa's Oracle is one way to do it. You can also mill the opponent. I think there's a copy of the Phyrexian Jace that you can like loop in some way. We could just be in trouble here. I think they're still somewhat fast to their combo. Some weird reanimator bent to it. Alright, well they certainly weren't playing Jacob Haugen. This is a brew. Sorry, I've said it already, but thoughts on the lists not running map. I haven't played enough of the Izzet deck to really have a strong opinion on that. It seems to fit in really well in my play today, because it's like a free cantrip when you've leveled up Artist Talent. Like, it's a 0 mana spell.
Control without empathy
And
is just
it's a colorless way to do it, right? So you don't need to commit green to Sylvan's Crying or something like that to find your Lotus. So I think they're probably worse, but I would need to see what they were running instead. Do I have the win next turn if they don't combo me this turn? Well, now that they've taken Hidden Strings, probably not.
solving mysteries is my specialty.
But yeah, if we had like Otawara level up Artist Talent strings, maybe we can go off from there. How screwed are we? I think I like leveling up and holding up Consider as a threat to like Flood Maw bounce something. If they have Retraction Helix, then we might just lose. We haven't seen it yet. I think Thoughtseize is whatever.
At least I look like I know what I'm doing.
So, I don't think I cast Consider in response here, because if they take the Consider, then I think I'm happy. Yeah, taking Poor makes sense. And that could have just been a Thoughtseize to check that I have no way to interact with them and we could be dead, but they seem to be getting somewhat low on resources here. Thing in the ice, huh? Ha! What does this do? Sack another creature, draw a card. Okay, so that's got to be some infinite combo. Do I want to pitch anything? Probably. I just want my graveyard full in case I draw something like Dig Through Time, yeah. So here, like, we have the expedition map for free to like loot away this land, which I think is valuable. I think I have to start with Poor. I don't want to, like, bring back a Spell Pierce to their hand with this. 0 mana map, yeah. I think that is, like, the single best reason to keep it in the deck. Flood Maw? Whatever. I think we're, like, practically deterministically there. Yeah, it probably should have been Impulse there, if I'm being honest. Because I need to find strings. Yeah, if I don't find a strings, this gets nasty. Okay, it's not a strings, but it's a redraw. It's a couple redraws. And it solves my blue problem. Uh-huh. Okay, well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There it is. Finally. Yeah, Lear seems great. Consider why not. At this point, we're in garbage time. Would not mind if my opponent just scooped him up. We know Wish is at the bottom from that Impulse, so we have a ways to go. I think we have to actually get down to 0 cards in library, because they could have Fatal Push to kill our Oracle. No, because this draw is +1, right? Yeah. Had a lot of people. I don't know if they're like letting me play it out or if they're making me play it out. I think I'm gonna run and use the washroom before this game starts. Since it's early access, maybe it's letting me play it out. Yeah, that could be. That's why I'm not sure. Like most of the time, people will just scoop when they see they're cooked, but I guess not today. Okay, let's keep going. I'll have to build this in paper. It's the nice thing is that it's actually very close-ish to modern Twiddle. So there's a ton of overlap between the two cards. They're basically the same idea, you just don't have Twiddle in Pioneer. But Hidden Strings with an upgraded Artist Talent is better Twiddle. So yeah, there's definitely a ton of similarities between the decks. If you like this, you'll probably like that one. Oh. Hello again. They're mulling for Thoughtseize. Okay. That's funny. It's also not a problem, but it is funny. Alpine Moon is a very, 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 very bad way to deal with Lotus Field. Because of this card. It's pretty good for. And that's why you get to do that. And then when we're good and ready to go off, we just bounce the Alpine Moon and we go. Seems good. I think I just need to find Artist Talent. I think that's the name of the game here. Otawar is also an answer to Alpine Moon. Kuro was saying that he kept running into a bunch of people playing Lotus. I assume this person also has, and they've just had enough. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Give me mana. Alright. Bottom you, and I guess you. There we go. it doesn't screw me. And away we go. So this is, yeah, I think we just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's gotta be like this anyway. Pour will cost 4. Vizier gets me to 3, so not quite. I also just don't think I can die next turn. And I have the answer to Alpine Moon again, so... Oh, no, we're there. Never mind. I forgot that I still hadn't made a land drop. Pitch that. I think I'm fine pitching Flood Maw now. I don't think we can fizzle. We're 16 cards in deck. I guess consider, sure. Cards. Yeah. Kind of surprised they stuck around as long as they did. But yeah, I want you all to keep using Alpine Moon against Lotus Field, but don't do it. Like, it is... Like you saw there, it wasn't even an inconvenience. Like, it helped. I was able to just put the Lotus Field in without sacking my lands, and then bounce the Alpine Moon when it was convenient to me. You know, something like Damping Sphere is different, because it completely hoses the Lotus Field, and it doesn't let it act as a colored source, and it doesn't turn off the you have to sacrifice ability. So Damping Sphere is great against us, but Alpine Moon, not quite so much. Also, like, it's incredibly fragile, right? Like, the Lotus Field decks are all running some number of Besejus and Otawaras, and those are uncounterable ways to remove it. And if there's one thing that the Lotus Field decks are good at, it's finding their lands. Them mulling to 4 also didn't help them too much. Sure. Oh. That's a good draw. Awakening of End Step. Deals 2 if a Planeswalker came in. Sure. My face. Okay. Is there a reason to not just chill and act on their end step? I don't think so. Alright, and that's basically all she wrote. We do need to find an artist talent. I guess I keep that on top. Goes one deeper. Yeah, and then we can just end step Valakut Awakening. Seems good. It's weird sequencing. No reason to go for anything yet. Why not? So if a red source would deal damage to me, deals double, +1. Take 3, sure. Devotion to red is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would be 8. 8? Might go to 7. Time has come. Yeah, I don't feel the need to exile anything from my graveyard to do this. Oop. Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to take that anyway. And yeah, sleight of hand seems good. So here's talent. Here's leveled up talent. Here's sleight of hand. Strings. Wish is nice. Right. Sure, whatever. I'll flash him a good game. It's not to be rude. It's like to let him know that I'm okay with him scooping. I don't have any other way to communicate with him, so. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't feel like a super fair fight. And again, Alpine Moon helped. Like that turn 2, I put the Thespian stage in because I knew the Lotus field would come in untapped on 3, and I'd be able to copy it immediately. That's not a play you're usually able to make. Let's go back to the Proctor version. Yeah, I'm still not seeing a lot of Lotus looking through the Twitch Magic page. I think some people just got really unlucky to queue into it a bunch. Obviously, this particular version is pretty bad in the mirror. The Proctors are, they hurt more than they help. This hand, unfortunately, I don't think we can keep. It's pretty bad, in addition having Omniscience in the opening hand. Ugh. It's painful, but we'll try it. I don't remember what this opponent was on, but it is a Blood Crypt into a Thoughtseize. Nature is healing. I assume it's Charm. If it's not Charm, it means they have another Thoughtseize. That's a pretty good draw. Do I play the stage or not? If they like Thoughtseize my Proctor and I've played a stage, then that's really bad. Yeah. We're gonna take a bunch of damage off those lands, but hopefully they don't pressure us too hard. Nice. This also taxes their future bandits' talents. And, well, if they have Crocs, then that's pretty bad news. What does this do? You have your draw step, draw an additional card for each, whatever. Sure. think it's pretty free to cycle here. I think it remains pretty free to cycle here. Alright, so 2, 5, 6, 8 mana. Petition. Petition goes down to 3, up to 6. I could just copy. Petition next turn. And this makes it harder for them to stop me from playing this other Lotus Field next turn, which I might not even do. Alright. Okay, so 8. Yeah, now we can Dark Petition for Pour. We've taken a ton of damage off of those mana confluences, not gonna lie. Yeah? This doesn't leave a blue. I guess that's fine. So we have to get Pour and Hidden Strings. Those are basically non-negotiable. I guess Pier probably wins the game nice and clean. Hey, nerd girl. How's it going? Okay. Okay, so did we find Omniscience? We did. So we have 8. This is 12. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think that's more than fair. Waiting until the Omniscience hits. Thank you, Craigums, for the sub on YouTube, if you're still there. Let's keep going. I feel like the artist talent version is fun, but it is mechanically annoying to do. And it means that other people are going to sit there until I finish the entire combo, which I don't think is fun for them or us. I mean, I'll do it. I have much more fun playing games where I am winning than games where I'm losing. But getting on to the next one is nice for content, that's for sure. While we're waiting, if you're watching on YouTube, then you can find me over on Twitch at twitch.tv/AirballMTG. And if you're on Twitch, then you can find me on YouTube, as well as the entire VOD for this stream, if you want to see all of my past experiences playing against Numbskull MTG, which has been a lot. Alright, so we know that they're probably on the same thing they were before. We know we're likely to get Thoughtseized, but we have 2 ways to find Lotus. And we can also just find it naturally, and the hand functions otherwise, so... We don't have a great way to protect ourselves from Thoughtseize. To mulligan to. Like, there's no ley lines to find. But this deck is resilient. It comes up with a lot of different ways to find Lotus Field. Razorverge Thicket's a sneaky good draw, because it gives us our 3rd green source for our Archdruid's Charm, and they don't know that we have a 3rd green source yet. So they might take a different course of action than discarding this. They might prefer to develop their own board. They definitely don't have another Thoughtseize if they're playing Blood Crypt Tap, though. Normally, on end step, I would cycle Vizier if I hadn't found my Lotus yet, but I know this is going to resolve, and I know I'm going to find a Lotus Field, so no need to blow this early. What's going on over here? Sure. Lear. Yeah. I'll just copy now. We have Balagad and Lear, like, and they can't deal with both of them. Oh, okay. I guess they can't deal with both of them. Alright, well, I take it back. This card doesn't seem very good. It's just a terrible rate, but I guess when you draw 3 of them... And there you go. Yeah, I think Pour and Petition and Peer. I think it's hard to lose from that spot. Especially with the hidden strings in hand. Alright, they give me Petition and Pour. Stack them like this. What should I get? I mean, I guess Peer, right? Cool. Yeah, it was a little scary for a little bit there. mean, that's... I think Arena crashed. Yeah, I think Arena's died. Arena died. Arena died. I'm hitting escape and nothing's happening. Alright, I guess we're restarting Arena. I hope it launches. Alright, yeah, there it goes. It looks like you guys can see it. Sweet. I think this will probably be the last game. Oh, hey, Gregums, you've been waiting a while for Hidden Strings to get into Arena? Me too. Me too, my friend. Alright. I think we might be the last two playing. That means easy keep. Thoughtseize proof cheats the Lotus into play. We're on the play. There's no way they can take both of these before we untap on turn 2. Yeah. The thing about this deck is that it doesn't actually need to cheat Lotus into play. But Mergent Ultimatum was okay without it, but it just got much better. Oh, you mean on Arena? I thought Lotus was unplayable on Arena without Hidden Strings. What are you doing? You have Croxa. Why did you take the Strict Proctor? I think I'm going to discard the land anyway. No, I'll discard the Balagad. Oh, well, okay. That's what I was going to fetch. I think I keep this as, like, Croxa discard fodder. I don't think I need any other cards. No, that's dumb. I should fetch, Spara's Headquarters. Maybe I should fetch a Thespian Stage, honestly. Because if he, like, go blanks me, I'd like to be able to throw away this one. Sure. For those of you who've been playing on Arena, don't forget Urborg is here now, and Urborg can make your Emergent Ultimatum math a lot easier because your lands naturally tap for black if you need them to. You don't have to worry about filtering. Okay, so here's Shieldred, just in time for us to cast Pour over the pages. Wish I had a Brazen Borrower to fetch with this Archdruid's Charm. So in my experience, I think you just have to go for it in these spots. We can play the Lush Portico first. Try to maximize what we draw. Because if we can find Otawara and bounce Shieldred, we're very likely to win. I think I like strings here, right? Strings gets us to... Pour goes to 7 mana. Strings gets us to 11. Charm for Leer. Yeah. Obviously this blows, but... So 7 mana. Otawara, which costs 3. We have 5 mana left. I think I can pour again without dying. Yeah. It seems safe enough. Can I explain Hidden String's ability of Cipher? So Cipher is a way to put a spell onto a creature so that when it deals combat damage, you get to cast a copy of that spell for free. So if Leer manages to get in, I get a free copy of Hidden Strings during my combat step. Remember, when you're doing your mana math with Hidden Strings, Bolligad Recovery counts as 1 if you have a Hidden Strings in the grave. Yeah, if you have a Hidden Strings in the graveyard. Okay, now we can charm. Find Fae. Bolligad. Back. Strings. This works. Ultimatum. Actually, this doesn't quite work. Shit. I may have punted here. Yeah, I think I did. That's a good draw, though. So I did punt, but I think that is a pretty good draw. So if they just replay Shieldred here, which makes a ton of sense, I just need to stop in my upkeep. Killing Fae is fine. Because now, in my upkeep, I can... Well, actually, I don't even need to go to my upkeep, right? I can just go to my draw or my main phase and take 2, and that's fine. Because now... Yeah, now I can Soul Partition here. One trick you can do here is flashback granted from your graveyard with Leer. And then attack. And we get a copy of Hidden Strings. So we can just Archdruid's Charm for free. Oops. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I thought I screwed up there. No, I didn't. All right. So yeah, now we have tap for blue, tap for black, cycle Vizier. Cast Ultimatum. Pour. Strings. Omni. Gotta be very careful with your full control here. Alright. So... do we have enough mana for this? Probably. No, that makes it easier. Draw another 3, and then we'll cycle Vizier, and that wins. No! Alright, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll keep going for a little bit longer. I do want to play someone other than Numbskull. Please, God, let me play someone other than Numbskull. Nope. Yes, please. Ship Leer, right? Yeah. Temple Garden. Angels? This is Emma Skyward, looks like. Yeah, Angels. Okay. I don't think there is any downside to playing Proctor here. Turns off a lot of her stuff. I guess if she's running, like, Fateful Absence or something. But, like, Angels do not like this card. Yeah, so normally Proctor would turn off this guy's ETB abilities, but who cares? Untap. Proctor. Lotus Field. Go. Doesn't do anything. No blocks. Alright. So we can pour if we want. I don't feel the need. When instead I can just Archdruid's Charm in a Lotus Field here. Nixos is a little scary. I'll just play the Seiju. And the plan will be to charm in a Lotus Field and cycle Sparrow's Headquarters. A lot of mana, but we have a chump. Yeah. So we're going to take a bit of a beating here, but we untap and win next turn, so who cares? Yeah, and this just wins on the spot. We have a blue floating. We can cast. Actually, we don't have Spell Mastery. And we just drew Omniscience, so that's awkward. We will have Spell Mastery when they give us Petition, though, as long as we don't give them the option to not give us a sorcery. So no need to hit... What have I picked? I picked Dark Petition, Pour... What's the other one? And Hidden Strings. Okay, we'll have Pour Resolve last, Peer Resolve first, target me. I'll discard Lotus Field. And away we go. Had Omniscience. Where'd it go? Did I find find Faye. I did. Oh, what am I doing? I have Omniscience in play. I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to cast it for free. I'm not going to be able to cast it with Lear. I'm not casting it with Lear. I'm casting it with Omniscience. So life is great. Yeah. Yeah, this works. On the play, this works. On the draw, I'd throw it back. Path of Exile's downloading. I never played the first one, but I've noticed a lot of hype for this one. Oh, it's Fire Shoes. Hello. Fire Shoes, obviously great. I got to meet him in Vegas. What in the name of God is this? Oh, it's like some Soul Player deck. It's probably like Grizzly Salvage. If it's a counter, it's a counter. I'm very good at this game. No, I'm not. Those are good hits. Luckily, that's one Stubborn Denial gone. And a Thoughtseize, but Atraxa and Zatalpa are exactly what he's looking for. He actually completely whiffs. Doesn't get to bring anything back, but that doesn't matter. Oh, there he is. Is a 4/4 Death Touch, Double Strike, Indestructible, Lifelink, Trample, Vigilance. Is that enough to win? So we have to tap for blue. We're at 5. Strings takes us up to 7. Charm. Charm in a Lotus Field. Down to 4. And then strings up to 8. Yeah, that's enough. But don't tap like that. What? That's not what I meant to do at all. I tried to undo. Lame. Oops. Well, I found the line. That's what matters. Just don't kill me, bro. But if he has stubborn denial, then I'm in a spot of trouble. And that's what he's digging for. Yeah, me versus Fire Shoes. I found the win last turn, and then I accidentally tapped wrong, tried to untap. It doesn't matter, now we win. Just turn off the friggin' auto tap. Or yeah, this works. Esper Legends with Silence and Grand Abolisher. You monster. Is Fireshoe streaming or is he just playing? Alright. Did we find Omniscience? No. I guess we kind of did. We have the Dark Petition. You're up against Jaffer. Nice, I'm glad you were able to get into this event. It was not the easiest thing in the world to do for me. Let me guess, Jaffer is playing something with green and black in it. Fireshoes does have a Twitch page, but he is not streaming right now. And also, my Twitch is in Polish now. What the fuck? Why is my Twitch in Polish? Alright, well, that's better. Well, I will say I'm getting faster at navigating the arena interface for Lotus. It's only bitten me in the ass a couple times today. Dr. Ruckus. I think we played against them early in the day. But I obviously have no idea what they were on. Yep, can't keep that. Good. Partition might be good, it might not be. Charm will definitely be good, Vizier will definitely be good. I think the putback is Partition. I'll let that one go. I'll find a Thespian stage. Swamp, swamp. Yeah. Just chill. If we draw, honestly, almost anything, we go off next turn. That's not one of them, though. Mono black deck could have Fields of Ruin. Yeah. Cycling Vizier is basically free here. Might as well. Good. All good, not good enough. Oh, to make this deck in paper, how much would it cost? Not much. I think it's a pretty... I think it's one of the cheapest decks in Pioneer, honestly. The mana base is a bit much. Oh, the mana confluences. If you want, like, 4 mana confluence, those were like $50 each when I bought them.
A fight? And you think you can win? I'm tired of your secrets.
That's the biggest problem. Can't believe they made me discard instead of killing this, but... Okay, so we have 7, 11, 15 mana. Charm for Fae down to 12. Fae for Ultimatum down to 8. Yeah, we're good. Untap, untap. Nah. So now we can Fae. For Ultimatum. Okay, and now we can pour and petition and peer. think this was a turn 5 kill. I don't remember who was on the play. I think it was us. Actually, I can probably just tell you how much this cost. This deck in paper, no, not this one. Is about $480 on Card Kingdom, apparently. All right. Yeah. But like almost all of that is probably Mana Confluence. And Besage. Mana Confluence and Besage. No, it's mostly like most of it is commons and uncommons and rares that are bad everywhere other than this deck. It's just the mana base that's the problem. I don't love this hand, but it has good pieces. Breeding pool. All right. Okay, so this is Neoform. Does Proctor stop anything with respect to Neoform? I don't think it does. However, I really want Archdruid's Charm to be my turn 3 play. So I'm just going to play it out now. And if they kill it, they kill it. Sick. So we play Mana Confluence, and then I think in their upkeep I try to Charm. It resolves immediately. Okay. Cornucopia. It's not bad. But can we win? Maybe, I think is the answer. Now the answer is yes. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What are we missing? We have blue, blue. Oh man, really? I don't quite have enough. If I play the Otawara, I have too much blue. I don't have a black source. You kidding me? That was not a great tap. I just want Vizier. They have to do something to try to kill me at some point. And my hand's just full of bangers. We can probably overwhelm their counter magic. Or they just don't have any. That's fine. I guess Paradise Druid could hold up a, no, there's no Stubborn tonight. Holy shit. Alright, well, we better win this turn. Luckily, pretty sure we can. Yeah, we can get Omni and Petition and Pour. And that's going to be good enough. Put back on me, sure. Alright, I'll get back the Archdruid's Charm. Archdruid's Charm for Lear. Play Lear. Play Archdruid's Charm with Lear. Find Fae. Granted for Approach. Cast Approach. Cast Hidden Strings. And cast Dark Petition from hand, so that whole thing was irrelevant. I didn't realize I had one. And here's Approach. Cool. All right. Yeah. Not bad. Pretty happy with how that turned out. Yeah, I think that's where I'm going to leave it for today. Gotta go get dinner. Things will start closing soon. Some errands to run. But I'll probably be back the day of the Pioneer Masters release. So in the meantime, let's find someone to send you all to. Let's send you guys to Emma. Assuming we can. I do feel bad about the game we played. Yeah, Emma's great. And yeah, I'm sure you'll have a good time over there. Thanks, guys, for coming out. It means everything to me. And I will see you later.